I want him to get away. Hey, Zumi, how'd you like to get fucked? Zumi, this shit is fucked. New chase, tight. I'm down, Damien. No. This is great. This is a chase of a chase. I have been on camera there. I know that. Pretty close. Dude, this guy just is cruising through shit. No way. Way. What for you? No way.
There you go. Just have this guy blasting through the red light right in front of the cop. What is going on right now?
What is going on right now?
What is going on right now? What is going on right now?
Go green.
Two cars flashing through that red light. We're only chasing one. There's another chipper right now. Wouldn't have waited. See him go, guys. Out of it out. Around the corner. Here's tail a little bit, right?
Going.
Left an S pattern down the
Doesn't seem real.
That's something you don't see. Sugar bit. Different part of my life right now. I take 10 minutes to kill somebody already down, baby. All right, go to Glendale. Okay, but 99 years is girly. You know what happens? How old is he? How old is he? Just flew by, right?
athleticism. It's really impressive.
Look at that. Bro, you said you'd be pretty careful with that with doing that. Wow, bro. Oh yeah, I know about that. Now, regardless of what they want to call themselves, let me tell you something. You're going to end up pulling up to that seat when they stop.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you guys, man. That's why I'm like sure you guys don't understand that I'm not doing it. I wish I told myself doing that. But it was. I literally just finished my life. You said you had two more. That's why I say, motherfucker, you want me to? You have two more. You said it. I heard you. I heard you. Yeah, do it. No, I can't do that. That's my podcast. You have to hit follow me. You have to follow me. Fuck you, bro. Fuck you before I go in. Somewhere. Assuming that one motor is part of it. Oh, and the Momo and shit. Look, you're finding Momo and stuff like drugs. Or like the no, we're inside the charge. He buys so fast, I shouldn't know. How much did you get? Not cool. If I like the beer, I'm still selling cars. Keep that guy. Ben! I'm gonna kick your ass, pal. Somebody's watching on those cars. Send me a message on eBay saying it's you. I'll send you some pictures. Colorado weed is better than LA weed. Oh, it is. Colorado weed is good because some of the growers can't come LA. They don't want to admit that. Why is that clutch? It's like, because there's like several circles with like hundreds of people. Did I play Battlefield? You know, it was a little glitchy in some Pirates? Get out of swatting. That's actually somebody else. Collapsing them across the net, fighting amongst themselves. Why are they so bad? Well, they also convinced that Glenn the Falcons. Right there. Yeah. Bro, you have to sign a dinosaur. Don't just saw a T-Rex. Like I have this reason. There's actually a bunch of literally for taking. It's just crazy what they have to do. No. So anybody who's 60 in that group should be doing stuff. Right there. Look at that big tree go on the bottom. I definitely keep the nice ones for me. It's anything that I want for my collection. And I collect everything. I don't care. Anybody I want to get another Hulk Hogan on them. Anything else? I do it. He's like admitted to me that he has fucking carjack. I'm treated with a carjack. So did that. With a deck. After he's gonna be on this one, it's like. It's pretty big, no? I mean, yes. Did they really mind? always tell you.
What's good? You guys let me stream in here. That's all.
This is the first time before Rabbbi. No, no, wait. I've never seen. Yeah, he's always lying down.
Do you mind if I tell thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I like different YouTube streams, and I have more data archived than any person, which may make me an influential person someday. And when that happens, I'm going to make everybody extremely wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you have financial independence already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I'm going to want everybody to be able to start charities and organizations of their bots. So I've got one here, I got another one here, and what you're going to see is these things are just, he's got 330 people 6 months. And is there any way that you would reconsider? They said no. And I'm friends with Eddie Craven on Discord, but I didn't ask him. I just went through the panels and I asked them, okay, well, what's in like a lifetime ban? They said, essentially, I said, so you mean to tell me it's the year 2025 right now? In the year 27, stream on Kick, if Kick is still a thing, you're not going to let me stream? And they said, that's correct. So I said, well, you leave bots do is they go down the front page. What it's going to do right now is if you ever look at people's clips, I am just basically graffitiing all over Kick. It is finger follow, and then what I do is spam, and it spams a huge message, and that's what those do. Now I also handheld devices that I do. So I'll show you right now what these do. Um, the, but it works. It works very well, and Precisely.
It's like still a fucking band, it's cake band.
What up, pimp? Peace. This gives me a platform to discuss world peace and futurology topics. So I talk about some things that are going to change the world, things like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural and cloud seeding. I talk about things like that's when you see all this, all this like Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, you know, all this like Sonic stuff. This is all encrypted in developing nations like Nigeria. It's importantly desalination technology. We pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things that when I go viral are going to make a big impact on society. Anti-gravity, antimatter, like communication with the Pyrenean Islands located in northern Spain, southern France. Faster the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Collide. Their goal to reintroduce woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using eighth in the next 3 years. Additionally, the reintroduction of the Tasmanian tiger, the dodo bird. I'm excited to be able to record. I essentially have the world's largest timeline or world's largest time capsule. I'm live right now to increase that with your consent. If you make it uh, age 100, 120, genetics, things like ambrosia therapy, like cold back therapy, but eventually you may get 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, essentially is where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where in your central, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being. Absolutely.
Wait, Rabbi, where do you? Yo, Rabbi, you need to get in contact with Mr. Beast. That's the old.
What up, pimp?
Has anyone told you you're a visionary? Yo. Hey, you're tough. Whoa. No, he's not. He's got to solve world hunger.
To be able to speak with you, I really appreciate the opportunity. And if you ever want to get in touch with me 24 hours a day, and just really appreciate the opportunity to be able to share magic with you all. Thank you.
CRV, blue CRV, gotta be patient. There should be. Send me a real offer. I'll look at it. And the last one sold to that price, no problem. Whatever the last call is. You know, ending in Tuesday. I'm telling you, no joke, dude. 65. No break. See, they have to go, risk their own lives and others' lives. They're trying. You know, it ruins it for them. trying to get everybody else's attention. So they, you know, they don't snatch the card. Remember, the stolen CRVs, he didn't give a fuck about letting it just roll. $27,119,000. Feel bad for whoever really needed that fucking card. Frame it on the high up then. Because Rothschild he wouldn't allow it. Got on the freeway.
Fucking skin tag. Why is this?
What's that break up?
You know, fuck.
That's Jason. The actual car when he jumped out. Jason was behind him. Yet again, you show your IQ is which includes emotional intelligence.
Thank you, Rabbi.
You're tempted to look smart and look more dumb. This is no problems. It's not even
That's super critical. You know that.
have to do it better today. Everybody else is seen. He has written a legendary book on making it about a book, God, and from books. I'm to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly. Please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing. Jack is Khan, born in approximately, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 9 years old to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy. His crucial thing is to understand how his parents met, and then how he was close to her. So what happened when he was racing down, and they came, and first the husband, because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was, her name was Erlen. And Erlen had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Hulot, after my name. And you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth. And it said that the pigtails or braids were hanging down, were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was obviously and they were headed straight for the car. And came in and they took over the ridge. And when he was over the ridge, it's matter if you shake the waters out and if you shake on that again. And he was right. That's the beginning of the story in this kidnapping. And reverberate every detail will come back again and again. Not a life of Genghis Khan. It's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues, parts of the world. You could say it still exists. So the meeting is fundamentally a mixture of break and dark criminal type of kidnapping. From that is conceived this conqueror of the. As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the man. And it's that episode was born. But all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so now suddenly this where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the Mongols. They were not her people. And he already had another wife. Her husband had a chico. He had at that time our son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yasuke, wasn't even there when Temujin was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed 2 Tatars. One of them was the name Temujin Uge, which is sort of person of iron. That's what it means from the Turkic, but today part of also Mongolian language. So he came back and he decided to name him Temujin, person of his father just killed. Not auspicious beginning. Episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father and mother moved camp one night, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's a shot 4 or 5, I think. He was left behind. As it turned out, some relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, raise him up and they will treat him the way they want before he died. So he's taken 8, but he didn't take the wife. He was keeping him in lost once and found by the Taichi. Now his father died at age 8, and he was going to take Erlun's family, but he never found family he came across. And in the words of the secret history, it's an instant love. They were so a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to he hit up everybody here. So he got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days he died. So now, what a close person they one comes to get him, take him back, and they make it through the winter. Mother Erlu, by now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp or winter camp. And they have a ceremony for their ancestors. And they started the ceremony, but they did not tell Erlu. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been left out. The old women said, "You're the one for whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, but we do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up. They took her animals. But at that moment, she still had 1 horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of her husband and she raced around the people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person. And so she raced around, and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for 1 night, and they waited until it was dark. Then they took off, and this time one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Temujin cried. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a that family is left there on the step. 4 children, possibly 5. Sochiko, the other woman with 2 children, they're all to die on this step. When the winter comes, for sure. How did they make it to the way? She took her now. She fed them through the winter. She found food. Then at this young age, Timutu was already beginning. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point. So, Timutun's years were marked by famine and struggle. Yes, even was kidnapped. Taichu people. And we would, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a tank, a yoke, so his two arms and his head, and he's trapped in this thing. And be taken to a different gear to be guarded. Family. And one night there was and Timuchin, the wooden yoke that he had hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. Those were the first lessons from the Mongols that very important for the Mongols. He did that. He raced off in the night, got a tank on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out up and down the river, and he's he was a captive family at the time. Under great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the gang and burned it in their fire, and they gave him food. So the neck is strapped, and we think that's how it is. We just have that the head, and he's running around deeply alone with this thing. Yes, yes. His breaking with Mongol tradition that came the most important thing above all that, because here's his life story where he's abandoned over his father's home. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an idea. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children, or the children of their brother, they count as the sons of the family outcasts. Of course, he's not participating for women and for horses and for any kind of valuables that they can buy. And so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy, generation after generation, children born who are not necessarily father's child. It's unclear who the father was. Extend his life.
One of the things with his wife was kidnapping was the defining. If you can point to one place, it's that point. Woman, what that means, and what the kidnapping of.
He had met when he was 8 years old, and she is now 17, and she and her mother. It's hard to imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting the 5 children and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. It's all the excitement that you can imagine, fire in the eyes, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but Kawakchin. Randy Kawakchin is there, and Randy Kawakchin is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the gear, the tent, and early in the morning she feels the vibrations in the earth, and she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. But Mother Erlund is in charge. Mother Erlund is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl to Mulen in her own land. She has one coming for that. And so she leaves. She goes to their wife. She leaves his old function, who actually has her own card. But now the kidnapping of his wife, what will he do? What will he do? What can he do? Is he going to resign himself to it? Is he going to their wife? And he decides life is not worth living without her. He has found life, and if he has to trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the steps of the military genius, because in order to get an actual organization of troops,
He needs life. He goes to a man who ruled the Karyak people in central Mongolia, and because that Wang Han is a name for the. He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over, so he took a gift. That's what you need to ask Jamaka. You need to ask him to come. So he said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story. It's the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoned, disloyal, and he is a person who's not of his kin, but his other tribe. He's both in interest of Genghis Khan. So who was Jalka?
Jalika, Mother Erlun, was living with her children on Supai. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman, about 4 or 5, it's a little unclear. She was a high woman who herself was killed, and actually Jalika was of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment. So they're both through the, there's also say from the same womb. They come from the same story. Their lives were similar in that both lost us very early. But Jalika also lost a mother, so he grew up with no siblings. Like Timucin with a whole household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather in his life. But the two boys meet the life of Timucin, but he has a certain emotional temperament. And so they're playing on the ice. Very early, but Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle bone of a roebuck, a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around and all. And it's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in wintertime in Mongolia, it can be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter if that power is in Celsius or Fahrenheit or what it is. But you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels are singing under the ice. So once they sworn this relationship of Anda, then a couple of years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamaka took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow for several purposes. One was it's used for signals, for one thing, from one person to another, but also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. So it had a lot of use. So the boys had exchanged roebuck knuckles. This time they exchanged, and so they had been close friends. And Wang Han said, okay, Jalika should raise some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three set out, some troops from Wang Han. He himself did not go, he was too old. But he sent some troops. And then Jalika and his troops. And then basically just Temujin and his family. already a little bit, he gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the Merc. You're going to these people forever. He has extremely militant, at least. He's also rather critical of the other people, not Han's people, sure about. We are bombed. If we give our word is our sleet or snow, it doesn't matter. We be there on time. And then it is very aggressive, but getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Marston has no idea who's coming to be kidnapped again. So somebody. So she and the grandkid and some people, they're loaded into a cart to go away. Jen comes in and there's a full moon that night so they can see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her and she hears his voice. She's who it is. She jumps apart and she runs in. And they're reunited. And he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, "This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else." It was very clear about that.
It was his first full on.
Yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these,
and that too was a deeply formative experience. So, what was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother and the power struggle there? And not to moralize, but there's also foundation behind the murder.
The killing of Victor, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Victor was the older child of Sochiko, and his son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger sibling in Mongolian society. The time Tom, and he refers to them as Chi. It's a formality. And his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. But also it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, has no brothers or his brother not marry his widow, then if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry mother early. I don't know that Jim was trying to prevent it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he got the brother and the stepfather. Timothy just couldn't handle that. And he was already, Victor was ordering him around, so he would take things like a fish or a bird that was in a corner. That's perfectly acceptable in the Mongol hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish, and Victor would take the fish.
Yes, it's only recorded once, but perhaps happened several times.
So that's an okay thing to do for an older brother. Just take stuff.
Yes, he could do anything he wants, just about with his younger siblings. Yeah. But Temujin is done this now. But to kill him. And they did.
Why to use it more complicated than that? It feels to me over and over and over, and the fish is a symbol of that. So here he takes both hands.
I think it is the symbol of that, and it can be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other happens afterwards is also interesting for the dynamics. His mother heard him. His mother screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine about you will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow. And you were worse than everything that she could name. It could be worse than. She was outraged, went on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Where Sochigal, the mother of the boy, she may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing has shown up in the record. So he does have this episode of having killed off his brother, but I don't think it was a deeply meaningful, but important, but I don't think it was deeply meaningful for Luigi. The brother was gone, problem was solved, mother is extremely ticked off at him,
but it does show. In fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him. It does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a really bad situation.
Yes, capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. If there was a problem, he resolved it at a very young age. So he had that experience behind him. But now, Hector's younger brother Melchitai is on the raid with him and with Domka when they go to submerge the back. So he has both loyalty and Melchitai stays loyal to him his entire life. So it's very interesting.
So actually, if we were is it normal a love story across many years when you're separated, sort of having that before he was Genghis Khan?
I think as children away, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17 she should have been married, actually. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. I mean, those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him after that.
Literal war to get her back.
He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jamuka. And so they decide together that they all go off to the Hotanok Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue for her. An issue. And what happens. And they call that first child a Birkin bastard. He defends his wife, his own sons. You were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not see the sky turning down. You do not see the stars falling. He is my son. He is my son. Who are you? Womb would turn to cold stone. So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Hotanok Valley. And he and Jamuka decide to renew the other. So this time, ceremony in front of Temujin gave him a mare who had never had a foal, had never given birth. But it was an unusual mare who had a little pig which they called a horn. So it was an unusual gift, and all the meanings behind it. It's sort of odd to me. But golden belt, I did kind of sort of think about it in different ways. But the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this belt of a woman was often then and even now called a person without a belt. Because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course. But they still use the word uskui, with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Temujin, and they celebrated. And then the words of a secret the part of the same blade apart from the other group, and they were happy together, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because it's kind of like a parallel visitor, the foreigner, and so the clan took the name from him. They were called Chagavan. And so there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of that time that we're not there.
It's a pretty powerful part of this love story. The child is likely not his, and he accepted the child as his own and defended it as it becomes as his first child.
Yes, he defends his child through his entire life, and not long after the birth, he and Jumbuka break apart. Well, really, it's at the urging of Urshta. She said he lords it over you too much, he orders you around too much, you need to be free, we need to break away. And she urged him, but he loved his wife more than anything. I think that in a certain way the most important other character in his life, adult life, would be the Anga relationship, which gets up severely tested in the future years. But they run all night long to escape from him. But he obviously loved Bertha the most, and took the baby, of course, with him as well.
So here's this breaking point of the Anda. How did that relationship evolve?
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated, and now we have the Banghan, the Moses step who's ruling out of central Mongolia, of the Karyan people. And so Tamaka remains, but at first so does Temujin, both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Banghan, but he even got title Bang, which means from Chinese prince or king, as of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter, and Banghan said no. His told the father, no. We don't marry those little people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. We are Karyan people. We're not gonna. And so then, now more you could say break our feud. Really, it's more of a feud. And Temujin has to flee far away into the east to a place called Baljuna. And he goes to Baljuna, and at this time, then is going to fight on behalf of that. But now they're forced in fighting each other.
They didn't see that. I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious, if slight, breaking of loyalty, right?
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. We only have it later on when the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways that they claim that neither one of them ever truly broke it because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, then Temujin eventually defeats Von Hart. Takes mountain by the Blue Lake. So it was a new title that he just very important to them. The more meanings a word has, the more that word has. So it has different meaning in different languages. So in Mongolian it sounds like strong. But in Turkic, and the Dominican themselves are mostly Turkic people. Sounds like the sea, thingies.
Meaning plays with each other and excites them.
Like today in Mongolia, well, been there so long, I think the fad is past now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle, girls, because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolia. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations. And so I think Genghis, it doesn't have one, it means the sea. I think it means many different things. But so he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over him. And so Jamukha now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Naiman people, who are farther west. And he becomes the protege, you could say, of the Naiman. But when Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamukha deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snoops of steel and they eat humans alive. They tell him all these horrible things about them. And Taiyang Han, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared about him. And he was left there, and he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamukha has now fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people, Jagavan clan people. He's off with him, and they see the turning of the tide, you know, but he now wants to become the great Khan of them. It's very few followers, but he takes the title Burhan, which is a very old, ancient, but because Khan is gone, that he can take the title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. You know, but his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they'll be rewarded, perhaps, for turning him in. And Genghis Khan does reward them immediately. He kills them all because they have betrayed their leader, who is his Honda. It's a very strange encounter. And so suppose it come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life. And supposedly Jamukha says, but I did betray you. My people fought against you, and you will always know that, and you will never completely trust me. I will be like a louse cross underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your dell. He said, kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. Take my remains up to a high place and bury me forever. So they blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose soul before you're done, so they usually wrap them up in felt carpets and then beat them to death or trample them to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jumka was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had his, or Genghis Khan, his remains taken buried in a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is today it was a part of Mongolia. The Tuva were very, very close culturally to the Mongols.
The relationship, deep value for loyalty. And so the way it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the perspective, right?
He had become at this point, and he understood that you needed complete, total loyalty and trust with everybody around you. And I think for this reason, he was willing to accept the plea of Jamukha. But Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again, malady that he knew would have. Or maybe when Jamukha opted to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just an understanding this history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature for Genghis.
I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from Bursa. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, but small things. So she was by him, she was positive in every regard so far as we know forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And it was just a little too for me, you know. Of them, and Trump took it, smoke hole, kill everybody, you know. And the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold belt to Putin. But Jamukha, he explained himself at the end of life. You know, we both lost our father, but I also lost, and you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Bershta. You have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, he just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along, and we did not have a relationship. So I think something about that were true, but Jamukha certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, in that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. He was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened He became the richest man in the world. Ways you can control the most wealth flowing through him. But he might eat what my soldiers eat the way we're the same. Wealthier people and all, but Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan. He came from nothing.
From absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, by the riches. What changed fundamentally the material things.
He changed and toured in various ways of life, as we all do, or we hope we do. But he never became avaricious. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even at the point of death, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you, it's like a slippery slope towards becoming, not seeing the world clearly, not seeing, surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the information, not being able to select the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for a leader.
And it's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. And, well, at the end, this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, or his private part of the army, that went with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
It's incredible. Let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the secret history.
Secret history is very unusual. I have to go over it very much. But, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army was Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet of the Mongol people, and it was adapted from the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he'd ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did, I think. Most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one with the Merchant when he rescued Bertha, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother, Erlum, would raise the child. So he eventually had a whole household of different tribes, but they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was the Tatar boy, who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so, when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written. Blue books, only the law, nothing of military anything. But Shigehutum realized that this was going to be lost. That this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled work. Part of it, I don't know, other people contributed, helped him. It was a little bit unclear. They don't specify that. They specify exactly where something happened. So we know exactly where it happened in Mongolia. That's very important to the Mongols. So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the myths that's some new myth, totemic. Almost we'll see. They look at me. I asked them about this. They said, what? He was named One Gray Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. And they're very practical about it. They think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. I don't know. But so this earlier history is just the genealogy as it should be. Who knows? But it's also in there because like Bonajar, they call him Bonajar the Fool, the ancestor of Temujin. He's cast out because he's just so dumb. The rest of the family doesn't want him. And his father is undetermined who he was. He kidnapped a Hanghai woman. She has the child who becomes ancestor to him. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate to the life of Temujin. The reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Jiggy Hutum, he was there, sleeping in the same gear with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where Bergsta sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, we can't think of it, it's all recorded, right? So it's a very intimate document. And this is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so that scholars began to think to record sounds. It's always problematic in some little areas here. Not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But it was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. That was very helpful to me because some of the Persians liked their work very much. It was helpful that it already existed and all existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Things had been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. Like sometimes for Temujin, they call him Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't the Khan. And sometimes they call him Han, which is emperor. Well, in Mongolia, it's a big difference. So there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, but Francis Woodman believes at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It's supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation. The second volume was lost. To this day, it has all languages throughout the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century covers the first volume.
But yes, that is translated and then published by Harvard University. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. Just did not match with Confucian ethics. There's several things like that they try to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read. But the document itself, Mongolian Nuts Tokcho, it's important
so exact there, and to feel it. And it's so important, I think, because history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries. As much as I need them for my work, but history lives in the people culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Bertha, so I went to that place, and I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the births that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no. Granny Kwangtu was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. That I've been searching for came together from some nomad sitting there. It was done, so it correlates with other historic factors. But then that gave me the. I really said almost to visit the cities he had conquered across Central Asia and all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there at places, and I would know if Genghis did it, there's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no power line going, nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, and to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here. You get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, you know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that you begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. And I have the text, no secret, no prompts, nothing like that. The people all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. That's how I learned. It was from being with people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people, there were, at this time, they were amazed that I would count that the Soviet democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them for almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed. Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it. I would never understand different parts, or I change my mind. I think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin their language. And from the highest came destiny of the blue wolf, who was married to the tawny deer and their descendants, who came from the great sea to live at the base of Mount Burkhan.
And then integrating spiritual elements of nature, with the Great Sea, and this kind of just like a deep connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is about, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world. I mean, certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different people, like now, or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople, all of these things have changed so much. Well, Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space, with the fewest number of people, about today 3.3 billion. And they're spread out, and they live in their environment in such an intimate way. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open
There's no building, and it's like way. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's just also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of dust, you have dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel, but that's just one more part of the country. Others are mostly pure. Unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like Sailing River, where we talk about the market live, so it's a place of pure waters, and that's how the Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't, Genghis Khan does not give lands to his rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land, they refer to the earth as Nala, ocean. The sea. Water is very important. To learn the rules about water, you don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our modern terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river. The rules are very, very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, because there are flash floods in the summertime, you can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away if your camp is by the water. So they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they could get TV out in the middle of the step, still they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. It's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the Mongol way.
But then if we go to the time Khan, we'll talk about their relationship with this open step. From a young age, they've been trained to master riding horses. As you ride while standing on a horse from a young age. While standing on a horse, they often jousted with one another to see who. When their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles, hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses.
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book that the editor removed because that was insulting. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy. And the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan. Turn to their source because there was other members of the herd. So the language itself, I have never ever mastered. Being out there in the countryside, they said, "Oh, I want to learn English." Well, go ahead. Teach you the word. Then what color is that horse? I said, "Yes." Okay. What color is that horse? Wow. It's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on how smooth the coloring is. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown or but the words for horses of course, by sex. And they have three because they have geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they've reproduced in the case of the female. All these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, "Raised in the dust of many fast horses." Which is a Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse, like wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horse. And they're hard on them in some ways. Well, they ride them very hard, but the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a sticker. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people. Metal hard the horse in the stomach. And to hard the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I mean, not that one's ever executed for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk. That the mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. And well, some things puzzled me that in my gelding day, when they were after gelding the would-be stallions, who don't get to be stallions, but one of this family, they had a bunch of boys, and only to get one or two. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. No one moved. They all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody come get him. No. And back. He still had the reins to his horse, but he couldn't remount. And he was trying to haul back so as he did. And they came into the gear and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. I'm thinking, but 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who is practicing for Nata, the annual races, like this boy had been doing, he was off in an area right close to a forested mountain area, and the horse bolted, took off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed, lost. He was 12 was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. Mother died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, the wolves away, and he'd eat. And then he walked until he found water. He lived. And I realized, boy falls on a horse, mother's going to be there.
I call that mental toughness that we have wrestling tournament. You remember that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace with the mongrels. They were just emotionless. They're like ice cold water and hard.
Every day, when there's a break, they go down, they take one in, they do not get in the water.
Archery that they've employed at 200 meters or more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour. How stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment of the gallop when all 4 of the feet of the horse are off the ground. Because you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. And they've also used crossbows later, the technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Because the thing is bouncing up and down.
a saddle, but this can even be used. So they're just all they're doing is staying along the horse. The horse has just been trained to do what it has to do. And they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse, they become one. And not just one horse, but one horse using fires and those that were very powerful, much more than those of most sedentary people. Now I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits. Version you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia. That's to this day that's what they say for Mongolia. The early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So, perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, the genius of Genghis Khan came. Small. It has billions just in the the country, and you're going against Russia, against the Middle East and Persia, Afghanistan, and these areas. The whole army has to be as finely tuned as each Rabbbi used it and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think a small army that conquered the world.
Fit in a stadium today in America. All cavalry.
Was all cavalry.
And he had no baggage train, he had no backup commerce, no engineer corps, later added much later.
So there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry, and breaking down units. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, and they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the day movement of the troops, all the interesting tactics that were utilized, you have to have engagement and coordination. That orders must be followed. Is there something to speak at, like how do you do this kind of system to where everybody's...
I think the first point is the extreme of the people who they were going to protect each other, had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. Submit to the orders. You know that your brother on the left and on the risking his life for you. The army they had their bow, a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved. This was a great advantage because the Russians could not use, they could knock them in their bow, Russian arrows, right? So all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread, and sometimes that could be a tournament. It could be a piece of skin they already had. It's a very odd thing where you think about carrying everything themselves, have any pack train behind them, and then one of the things they have in order to sew up things. Yes, very dry dairy products. Auto, it's called, where they dry curd, and then when you need it, you can in a flask of water. You ride all day and jog protein. That the Mongols could eat easily go 3 days without ever building a fire. They have enough food. All these little things at the lowest level were important. His loyalty. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, east and west. Mongols, the word for is east, the word for is west. In the middle was the pole. The moving center was his bodyguard, his unit in the middle. Then usually they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. The vanguard would go out 2 years in advance to clear the land away, scare them, make the way so that the grasses moves through. I never marched the way other armies do it in a line of one father. There would always be a long line spread out, its own path, you could say, together. So they had precise ways of things. And this, I think, was to seek him. And he used the best people. He was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them. Faster, we can make it a little bigger, a little stronger. Genghis Khan had a way to think. And when he first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these, and I really think they were waged out wars at first. So he went into time. There's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent.
For the first time in your life seeing a wall-like things.
With that, they could climb them. They don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain, but on the river, and they have all these channels. They said, from Mongol, anything that moves is a non-moving wall. So he said, and they're going to bring them. Well, they did it. They didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and the river had actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But it actually worked for the Mongol years. All the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. This is to see things and to try them, and if they fail a different way, for the better. We all think we learned from our mother. I learned from that. What do we do? But he could understand it his own way, and he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent new ways and using it.
You couple that with you have this revolutionary idea that promotion, iteration, and war creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. Able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got work. But he used to throw out his, and he was getting better over time with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign. He just had a gene of that.
If we go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired.
Usually, the way to the horse would usually wait for 1 day, and then the next 4 to 5 days, and then another. To measure it is a later time of the death of the day. The word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine us are able to move at such high speeds. It does not need to follow roads because it's used to rise that. So it can do all kinds of dynamic movements in circling a place. And then also one of the other famous things is the famed retreat.
lives. And all, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat. And Genghis Khan basically, he himself fought a battle that he thought he could lose. And he won every battle he fought. It was true for every general under him, as we said for Genghis Khan. But he won every battle because no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not against. However, that's also a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack, and those were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to defeat it and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which is the Parthian shot, which is unusual, unique, unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so protected. So they had many different ways. Firing coming, they're firing going. Usually the soldiers who are against them, they want to get their weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. If they did not immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out, like loot from someplace and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't to the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going at every certain point, and from two hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, the people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature. There's something that when the forces are retreating,
You want to follow, you want to run.
have them. You can't help it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic with the ability at high speed for long. There's many great military historians who have written about the great military forces history, and one of the things you write about, and in general, is don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. The kind of idea of the feint retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example, this is a beautiful, wonderful city, and great place in the world to this day. And they came across, well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust come. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction, the surprise element. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have Mongol Ada, the horses? It must have, the ground must shift when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered it, he made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city to weaken them. It's going to want their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chisel teeth and eating children and all. So when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the trembling of the earth, it must have been truly terrifying.
So psychological warfare was a part of it. But there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be the near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to the people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives were spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rules, they would have to pay the taxes, and usually be the same taxes. Now they would go to the Mongols. That was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 there, large to run their country or their city or their area the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to them. In one episode in the North Persia, running around, his son-in-law, he violated that and was stealing and surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he said, the city, you go first as a common battle. I don't know the name, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, it was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next by violating this law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and the Mongols won, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed, but the one thing they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. The killing of the people who were defeated wasn't there. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, not being harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols. Genghis Khan said word they were supposed to send so many cows. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No, he stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens. There's an agreement, and there's betrayal.
Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, what we call it, around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter. We loved very much. And their grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy child. But in Afghanistan, he set off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhas are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and it says in the Persian history, the fate. Fired the arrow, that he was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member, not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons battled. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable you have, the one that shows pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called and did not tell him, and he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said, you have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this, but your son is war. And the father was allowed to moan. No one was to cry, no one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make cry the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. realized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality and the slaughtering of these people. And so he did. But that's the only time I know of he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. Will not mourn, they will cry. Mourn.
Because it's a cold, rushed war, which is peace is offered, and then betrayal is punished.
I should add, he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was killing of what people thought was the heir, if you will, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized people's homes, and a lot of cities revolted were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number in the equivalent to killing about 8 of today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of
the number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of family that lost someone. It's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, because it's tremendous. And there was tremendous of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. And if whatever we are to permit our country, Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. You look today in the world, people are killing children or civilians every day. Every day something in the name of peace or in the name of God or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for and the United States is certainly involved supplying the weapons for bombing people in Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved in that. It's always, but we're defending democracy. Yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany. Bombing bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not very targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. He fought it all. He fought in Vietnam, Korea. But he was a good American. I mean, there was nothing wrong with it. But I don't want to. But we tend to do that, especially barbarian people from the steppe, for example. We tend to demonize them, or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
you said it up there? So one is just the very nature of war. That war is hell. That sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same stuff Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. World War II, but what happened? We went to war in Korea, Vietnam. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for. I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist. But I am trying to be a realist. That all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally way, criticizing war in the 20th century. We also criticize Genghis Khan and the wars fought by Caesar and others in wars of conquest. And in some human way, we're not necessary, or we're not. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and maybe this is a good place to also talk about something I respect a lot, Dan of Hardcore Podcast. He did a series on Genghis Khan and the Mongols called The Wrath of the. He had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, historical arsonists, referring to figures who cause it mass destruction, but also paved the way for new developments and progress. Basically, making this complicated case, destruction often in history paves the way for progress. What do you think about this idea?
Creative, even with ourselves, for example, if we can create just of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships that are weird in order to create new ones that can work. If you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of for me. You know, the Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can dictate those, push them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in the Ukraine. And again, they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards into what we call Russia now, and they began the process of the unification. Had a great impact on the church. In a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? It often comes, the powers around them have so debilitated, and so corrupted, and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was the Kublai Khan finally conquered of China. It was conquering the decayed dynasty when no one likes war, and I don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are people are going to do it for their own protection, nothing else. But I just make the case for being tolerant what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American. But we overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting, for example, in 20 years, we had made the town longer before when they were playing defense. And then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leadership from the Judge descended from family, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications of that time are still with us. We don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television live in Iraq to plead with his people,
Make our way towards the Americans are just
I don't accept that. But I can see how people we can be honest away our own lives about ourselves. And perhaps we're a bit more ethical in our dealings with other people. And the fact that we talk about China, Mongols, otherwise is a very important step in the history of China. That's probably today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about.
the postal network, the trade route, conquest of the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's on the happier topic for a little bit. Like we were talking about, Dan Carney was critical of your work a little bit, showing you respect, but also critical as being emphasizing, focusing a lot of the popular impacts correctly and accurately verify or describe it because of feeling the hell that is war. So, can you understand this criticism?
I was a very smart man. I really like him tremendously. And he's right, but that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I'm not. I don't feel it. It's not warfare. But that's pretty much the same in the world. And how much do we need to say about it? The wall was broken down. It was defeated. No, it's what comes. Just a story of our life is far earlier than real. The story of our life goes on for a long time. If you have a nation of 1 billion people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer their nation through warfare, like you do not warfare through warfare. You come to be offering something that they want, something that they like, and all the things you mentioned from the training system, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. All we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, and also it's like Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be barbarians. In reality, history is not divided in the way that barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people, that there is a sophisticated, deep culture within them as well. All the different kinds of people that came from this stuff.
I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career, is to recognize the importance of tribal in the history of the world. We want areas who victims, and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything that they do much. We sympathize with their some rules for tribal people. But I'm trying to show them in a different way. And that Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. Genghis Khan was the genius one. There could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky and things like that about his faith. And very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt, I look around, I don't see much vision. I saw it's a slogan, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have peace in your life and vote for me or vote for my party. And what the heck are they talking about? There's no there. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should it? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare through history, the legendary figures that come along that have vision, but are able to capture the public imagination, provide vision, but also have the skill to execute and implement it, and all of those things combined, and have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along with all of those things. Some of the world defined, it's just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan inspire the value of freedom throughout all of these disparate lands. Religion was very powerful. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history and some rulers have been tolerated as groups of groups to some extent of different sects and religions, not Christian, but reasonably. But with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the Uyghur people who live in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, actually we mentioned before, the Diamond King, Taiyang Khan. His son Gutsluk had fled, no good, worthless, well son, but Gutsluk had fled into what is today the area around Kyrgyzstan. They ruled over the way. He had been a Christian, the Naiman had been a Christian, but he converted to Buddhism or Muslim, and he outlawed the Muslim religion. And we just sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. So this time, they all knew that the Emperors of China were too weak to protect them. So they sent delegations to Genghis Khan to ask him to come and save them from them. And he didn't go himself. He said, the guys went down there. They drove Gutsluk from power. Gutsluk went down towards Pakistan. They had direction. They caught up with him and killed him. That's what the Mongols did. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. So up to this point, it's been tribal law. And he saw, as we mentioned before, that the tribes were mostly fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of feuding. But he saw that civilized people fought a lot of religion. They fight over religion. And so he made the law very interesting. Is to allow to do what they the ones that that's that is like one of the biggest ways
to say that the individual is fundamentally free.
The minorities of many types flock to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
So that religious freedom, all the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society, and that allows.
I will say in a more practical, political sort of way of thinking, he recognized the power of having a balance of power, like Shiite and Sunni, that both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not dominant over the other. And Christians and Jews. They all have, well, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him or uniting against him. And it's a kind of fragmentation that he's taken advantage. The Taoists can do that. They can give people formulas and cure it, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what did the Confucianists do? So the people could be Confucianists. That was okay. But he didn't expect all this. But it started off as a good idea.
And genuinely, as I understand, maybe you can correct me. Of course, there's the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself was just curious religions as well. As I understand, any religion except for one from which he gets up. I mean, can you describe what he believed spiritually himself?
It's interesting, we said after the death of Shiragun, his grandson in Bamiyan, and the slaughter that followed that, he went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts, of famous Chongzhang from China, who are despised, but anyway, he came and with all the magic formulas for things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was in all these different religions in a simple way. He had organized public lectures from these people and public debates, reminiscent debates, but discussions among groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything. And suddenly this powerful man summoned to explain your religion, explain yours, and even sometimes you can't explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people exploring? But no, he never changed at all. He was an animal. We would say that's a term we know. Like he worshipped that mountain where he took refuge several times. We're not how to. In his life, he would go to the top, he would pray, he would take off his hat, he would take off his belt, he would stand there before the sky and pray. So later on, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away and pray to invade these people. So all of the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around them, you have to know him. And pray that know what they like and don't like. So what do? You have to know them. When you get away from Mongolia, this was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation. You've got a land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. From just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for and the word for weather are all the same. Tinker. And so, or Mochostinker in the case of the eternal sky, when they're talking about it in their religious terms, the eternal blue sky. So he became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all religions, and all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific a word, but the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. He felt that each person that you people have your always
blowing my mind the kid from the Mongol steppe that lost everything. Right? Sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things because he did awfully a lot of things that look like and here's a way to see that is when he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable society. And there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about this is implemented in the state.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms. You know, when you have 1 million people, you've got to use every one. The men are fighting, and so he let women administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Mongol, the Khaganate, and the Ramon, and the Uyghur, were administered by his daughters primarily, and that his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women every practical way, but it wasn't necessarily the our ideological way. I think it's in the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he passed very strict laws about the use of water, not using water. You couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think the system they destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it out of a policy. And that was, this is going to return to pasture land. This last Kublai Khan was the one who changed that, allowing for more irrigation and movement of water and things. But Genghis Khan, we can't use these modern terms of like a human rights crusader or outside says a Democrat in the modern sense or environmentalist or a feminist. All of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. Every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, of torture, and of killing. And if you kill one of our in 1240, that was the destruction of Kiev. This is after Genghis Khan the Red. This is a good thing Khan. His son, the happy throne. A good thing Khan, they're on the sort of the greatest general history of the world, I would say, Sukhdai, person who's up to that. Was Genghis Khan, was for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Sukhdai. And they said as an ambassador who happened to, now some of the Western sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence that, and I don't quite believe it, but maybe she was his witch. People of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. if Kiev was destroyed for killing a local envoy.
The envoy is a method of communication
Yes,
in diplomacy.
yes,
And so if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it
right,
in any way,
exactly.
and that sends a signal to everybody else.
Yes.
You send an envoy, you respect it.
That's why these plans, I say that in the making of the modern world, most of the ideas have, we accept the idea, we don't do the practice. All of us accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world. The idea of female equality and emancipation. They're enslaved in many parts of the world's things, but the world still hasn't achieved some, and he did achieve these within his empire in his time.
Is on trade. And, you can say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned, I don't know how many thousands of kilometers. There's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safe option in the military for the merchants. Can you speak to the what connected to the Silk Road as an example?
Nomads in general are very interested in trade, and throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried the goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low, and all above scholars, they got to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time, whatever the net, they're not taxed every time in some new town. And he created a set of what we would call rest houses or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could deposit their money, and get paper receipts that could be used in the empire. They were guaranteed protection if they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous, then a whole group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols, they supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods. Much more than they should get, waiting for the Mongols to bargain them down. And the Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that. And his grandson, or his son, Akubehang was one financial advisor. He called him, told him, well, you've got to stop paying more than people ask. And Okude said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually. And so they had a much different attitude. I think a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai Khan, when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China. And then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with him to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with a tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years. But the mere fact that they had come back, it was precedented. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between East and West. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that. because it wasn't just trade of goods, it was also exchange, explicit or implicit along the way, exchange of ideas, whether that's exchange of technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, ideas, all of this spread throughout and constantly circulating. Maybe can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yes. It was an exchange of invented algorithms. And so Horace conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. But it belonged to him. But the Muslims were using the zero. The Mongols were absolutely Chinese less so. They're very suspicious about the zero. But the Mongols were very, because herders' numbers are important animals. In fact, the Mongols have they reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can ask somebody how many animals you can have, and they can say, oh, 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be like 5 cows has 4 horses, 5 sheep or goats count as 1 horse, camels count as 5 horses. So they reduced it all down like that. The Mongols take a census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And that was one of the demands he made of every place he went, is a complete census of your people. And every house had to post outside how many animals, what did they do, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided it. So they took out these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless minting the tax policies. They became the financial advisors. Other groups of people like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so you had a combination. As I said, he himself had that genius for combining new bits of technology, but it created a new kind of cultural spirit in which other people were also combining at other levels and being encouraged. It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing. So we had the spread of printing, for example. We had the partial spread of something such as print money, for example. We had almanacs being created now through printing that combined different calendars and different information that was coming along. But one simple but lethal form of technology was gunpowder. Mostly it was used for fireworks. Sometimes in warfare it was used for kind of primitive hand grenade or primitive bomb that could be thrown. This is in the Kublai Khan War, the grandson. But so they had that. Middle Eastern, the Muslims, they had, and the Byzantines especially, they had naphtha, what we call Greek fire, flamethrowers. They could set things on fire. The Europeans did not excel very much in technology. They were behind in almost everything, but they could cast bells for churches. Okay, let's take that bell and we're going to turn it on its side. And we're going to use the principles of the flamethrower. And we're going to use China, and you got a cannon. So the Mongols, even early on, by the time they got to the siege of Baghdad, well, not, I think, in the lifetime of Genghis Khan, but soon thereafter, his sons and grandsons, they were using some very primitive forms of cannon. And even some like, they didn't call it anything like very small ballistic. So this combination of metallurgy, gunpowder, flamethrowers, you put it all together and you come up with something incredibly different.
So if we jump around a little technological developments that Genghis Khan and Kublai were using. So how much gunpowder were they using? Their approach to the siege warfare, for example. What are some different ideas there?
If we switch to the Grand, first of all, he changed a lot of the strategies. We're no longer working. The Mongol system worked perfectly on the grassland. But by the time you get to Hungary, the grassland starts to give out. By the time you get to Poland, it's so many farms. It's hard for horses to get to the farms. They don't river. It's too hot, too humid. The bows are beginning to wilt. The horses are exhausted. It's not working. So to conquer South China, Kublai Khan had to come up with new things. One thing, the South Chinese had built a Great Wall. It was called the Great Wall of the Sea. This is before the wall that we know as Great Wall, which is really the Ming Wall of the Ming Dynasty. But the Great Wall of the Sea, and they used it as a defensive navy. And the largest navy in the world, it was defensive. And it was both literally defensive, and then it came time for warfare. They would chain the ships together across the mouth of a harbor to protect the city. And so it became a wall.
So actually, if we rewind Kublai Khan, who was he, and what was the state of China at that time? That kind of sets up this idea of ships and siege warfare.
In 1215, Genghis Khan conquered the city we now know as Beijing. It was the capital of the Jin dynasty. And at that time, Southern China dynasty, or using all the southern song. He'd already conquered the Xixia kingdom of the Tangut people, and so most of northern China was under the control of the Mongols from about 1215. And then he conquered middle. Later, his sons conquered middle, and then Kublai Khan was the one to take on the south. But Kublai Khan was born that year in 1215, about 3 months after the capture of Beijing, and he was nobody. He was the second son of the fourth son of Genghis Khan. Well, he's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around. They're conquering Russia. But they mother was a soldier of the royal family of the merchant people, red cheeks, and have a certain very round face and so on. And so he looked different. And for whatever reason, his mother, I thought, on campaign drunk, and she took over, and she began to put it together. And she wanted her son wasn't in line. This wasn't going to happen without 3 others way in line, way along ahead of her. But she caused a revolution. She made it happen. She put her son in Wuhan in 1251. He became Great Han. He only lived till 1259. Something it could have been cholera, or they're different stories, and I don't know the truth of it. But he died on campaign in China, trying to conquer southern China. Up to this point, Kublai Khan had not been distinguishing himself. His mother was, she was a Christian woman, but she had a Buddhist nurse for him, and she had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him. She had a very good education for him, and I think that she planned that he was going to be a great administrator under his older brother, and he was going to administer the lands in China, so he was learning all this stuff for him. But the older brother, he had some pay. But he was overweight, he was fat, he had gout, he needed to go rest, there was abuse. And the brother was assigning people, who was the son of Subadai General, he assigned him to teach him there. He wasn't great at that, he really was not. lazy, like toddling around, go hunting, as long as he had many with him to do the shooting and then to prepare the food and all. And his territory in northern China was just being run in the dirt by these administrators the Mongols had brought in. They were just overtaxing the people, cheating the people, doing everything wrong. And his mother basically just pulled his chain and she said, go to your land. This is your land. You have to administer this land. You go there. You live there. You take charge. And everybody was terrified of the mother. And so he, Sea River, on a campaign that he was sent his mother. He was having no success at all. But he thought, okay, the brother's dead. I should finish the campaign. Meanwhile, his youngest brother, Arifok was another hothead Mongol like their father, Tolu. He was rather hot-headed, and he was back in Mongolia, and his tolerance for religions. He was had to oversee the debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists because the Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing everybody, the Buddhists. And so he had to oversee it. He got mad and he picked up a statue of the Buddha and beat the Taoist representative to death. So he just wasn't good for moderating. Going to be the new great Khan. So he was declared the great Khan in Mongolia. But this was turning life for Kublai Khan, who had never achieved much of anything other than talking to people. So his wife Tommy sent him some coded messages, basically telling him, forget about southern China. It's going to always be there. You can conquer that some other time. Right now, your brother is taking over the empire. You should be the new emperor. You are the next son after Khan. And somehow she invigorated him. And he came back, and even though he didn't have all the military strategy, he had China. And then they did, yeah, we will support you for Great Han, but against him for trial. But he never made it to trial. Not really distinguished himself very much. But he didn't have the genius of his grandfather, I won't say that. But he was smart and clever, understood more about China than most Mongols did. And he understood more about Chinese did. So the great thing left, that Genghis Khan said on his deathbed, that was the great objective. So Kublai was going to fulfill this, and they didn't know how. The Great Wall of Ships was protecting the southern Song. This huge Yangtze River was so bad. Why? The ocean on the side, all of these things were protecting them. So he had one of his very smart generals named Archu, who was a real Mongol, but he was also able to think and innovate. He was the grandson of Subadai, and he went with his father Orikhan Gadai on the conquest of the Red River of northern Vietnam against the Dai Viet people. They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and from the to go to the Dai Viet. The Dai Viet moved on the other side by boat, and they had a whole war of elephants. The Mongols on one side of the river, on the Dai Viet. Orikhan Gadai was a smart man, not a genius, but smart. He already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout the elephants was with flaming arrows. That was it. But he recognized that they came up on boats. Mongols didn't like boats. They crossed the river on goatskin. They wanted to do something organic. A boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman. It was a floating cart. assign one detachment, you have to burn the boats so the Daviet cannot escape when we around the elephant. Well, the war battle, got started. The elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on. The group that said to burn the boats, why burn a bunch of women's cars? It's just not, point. So they go and join the battle. They leave the boats. Well, the Mongols won the battle. The Daviet forces got on the boats and sailed back to what's now Hanoi. Then they evacuated the city, took all the food, everything out of the city, and they disappeared into the Delta. The Mongols arrived in Hanoi, the capital city, and they had nothing. Every battle they lost the war. They retreated. Aju was the son of Hakadai, and he saw this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats, and so he knew. And he spent his time studying the Yangtze River. Every little river he saw was the cities on the land side. Because invasion comes from the land, and they expect this little line of boats to protect them from the water. And so their city walls are weak, the defenses are weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So how? They sent off to El Khanate, to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle, was now dead, or his nephews, we would say, a cousin's nephew. So they sent over engineers to build a special kind of trebuchet of catapults. And they had to down the Yangtze River, destroyed, and then the army would move in after the Navy had moved down. So this is a catapult on a ship. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So that they hit them hard on the walls on the weak side, the army protection.
Yes, to Hangzhou, the capital of the southern. They've been in power 70, now we're already into the 1270s. That's a long. They're dissipated. They've been having child ever. There's all kinds of things going on. At this point, we have a child in command. What Kublai makes a very straight his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until they are no. And he had replaced with a kind of mercy policy, but be merciful. He did not had a lot of defective people with skills. A lot of them, what scholars do, they were And the Mongols damage. It might scare a few horses, but you're not destroying cities.
That's what
No, there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had to react like the genealogy. Mongols, they have no use for that. I think they're there to fight. They're there to win. Like, on the other hand, this was no territory for them. The weather did
they get off the ships onto the beach, but they didn't successfully. They could do their usual Mongol.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing. You know, a massive invasion.
Yeah. So they're just learning the basics.
But he ruled the ocean. Around southern China. Haji was in command, but actually the head command was Central Asia, or perhaps more close to the Fergana Valley in that area. He was living in what's now Iran. When he came, he took over command of the army. He was very cosmopolitan, knew how to fight the war. Ryan was able to negotiate things back with the capital. The jewels and they no children. Was her name. The dower let him stay. Lion said, she decided was his goal. So Bayan came in with a small group. They looked around, and she invited him to come to the. I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. My soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her in respect capital. And she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then they made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half brother, to the Emperor Gong was his name. They made him the emperor. They're just floating around the ocean, losing all support. City after city. Muslims who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships of that area, they switched sides to the Mongols because of the religious freedom. What? The Mongols are chasing you. You're going to stop it? Build a panel. And once a fight, Bing was his name, with his pet parrot. That's all by letting them capture the emperor. So he was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old. He jumped into the water with his child.
Politician class probably has perspective maybe if the way you told the story as a Chinese
As a traitor to the country. And that's the emperor who killed young Bing. Manchuria, great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the descendants of Sagade, second son, Chagatai. They're so far away, but now he has a navy.
but this is even the 4 pieces, the whole thing is gigantic, and even the pieces are gigantic. So it's very hard to keep an empire of this size together.
Yes. But he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was usually port to port. Different merchant organized a great fleet to send a queen or princess to become a queen in the Ilkhanate to marry the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he said organize this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, they only had about 1 year left to live. And they wanted to get their riches out before they didn't know what was going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. Before that, they've been a bad time because Khan had tried to invade Japan at the time, and he had failed the second time. And the second time, I think again he had a practical purpose, and that was he had his whole huge strong army, and now he's the new enlightened Mongol who doesn't slaughter. So he's got what is he going to do? They're not reliable, they're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River, what's now the Russian Far East, or we call Siberian English on the Russian Far East, Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet exploring options of there. Feed northern China. So it was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur. They didn't have it, and part of the reason is the right wing is from southern China, mostly. Ships built down there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal. They call it QL, the goal, the center, or QOL actually. He had the center. He said the two. Argue with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other solve problems, even though they'd come with lots of grenades this time. Again, they're scaring the horses. You know, and a lot of silk screen made later showing his impressive battle, but they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And then the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows and ships, set them on fire. And they were doing great damage. Lost invasion. The soldiers were gone. They drowned. He didn't kill them off. It was just delivered. The problem was solved. It's one of those ironies of history that it's hard to quite understand. So this had happened, but then Kublai Khan was coming to near the end of life, and Marco Polo and those wanted to get out. They're ready to go, and Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Huxchen was her name, the Princess Huxchen, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that. His grandson, who's not so well respected in history, because he's often called a drunk, but his name was Timur Chetu. But he was a drunk when he was young, times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually was not a drunk later on. He was, first he reassembled the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Genghis Great Han is emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai Asia declared loyalty to him. Khanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing policy with you. Come to China, bring your goods, bring it to trade with you. He instituted, it was short, unfortunately, it didn't last forever. I wish it could have. But it was a great era of the exchange of all kinds of things, going back and forth, all the way to Africa, because from Hormuz, they had a connection to Somaliland, and some people say Kenya already at that time, I'm not sure, but very wide, very wide.
So technically, he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
Yes, but although actually the Golden Horde of Russia, they were quite independent by now. And he but they were loyal to him. And they were still exchanging Ossetian soldiers in China.
They communicate. Are they using like the postal service? I guess.
They were allowed to intermarry. The Chinese were not. But they were intermarrying with Mongolia. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet. Everybody in the world writes with one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work, but he tried it for still there to this day.
We should maybe the poem that you talked about. So he is this now famous explorer. The continent Silk Road, and then stayed with Kublai Khan for a while, and I guess was one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable in the areas where he's not reliable because he wasn't there. But the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. And so I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things because with something like the Princess and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kutulu, he wrote about that. But I also needed other sources, so sources or Arab sources, something else, or Persian, supported. Then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized, and you have to always count it. But it's very good. I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by Rustichello. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. That was both a play on what he was called El Milione, the million, because he talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book. To show people what he really meant. I think an ironic look at capitalism. This is 20th century. First idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw becomes a symbol of capitalism. Not at its worst, but at its most basic. And that is like the princess in the story.
Damn,
This is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess Hoaxjet says Marco is an excellent judge of quantity.
What's up, baby?
There are things that and then he the play by a great general.
How'd you find out about me?
Kublai Khan, and he said, look, these people
We're trying to together.
we should go call them now.
Rabbi. Oh, do you not
No, guys, apologies.
They are not worth conquering.
like that? You're
And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Mongol
Wake up, King
Polo has
Rabbi.
been in our
Wake up.
land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands.
I'm not going to ask you again. Wake up.
For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world.
Let me sleep, guys.
With Marco
Wait,
Polo
Rabbi,
and
can you
Kublai
guys shut the
Khan,
fuck up?
the coming together of two
No.
worlds.
Rabbi, do you know what 49 Sunset Drive is?
Could have gone a different way. And I am. It's not that I'm
What? What?
anti-capitalist. Wait, so the East and the West are confronting each other and trying
C41.
an internal bond with other things. For misunderstanding, demonized, and that I hope to alleviate how little I understand China and the East. It's just economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas. Chinese history, which I think is ironic, because for me, we saw a lot more in China because it's about Kublai Khan. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But it's possible as an outsider to still have respect. Even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one as the villain, I disagree, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand." Right? It's quite possible, but this tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love salsa, our culture, and there are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything, even about the members of your own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making an effort to understand, even if we understand it wrongly, we're incorrect in it, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance, and I sometimes dismayed. I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help teach the people how to take care of them. They're going to teach the women how to recognize their rights. We are arrogant beyond words. We need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
How did the Mongol empire come to an end? How did it fall?
Despite the fact that Timur Jetuhan had going on, the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world and broke away from the war. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River. Until they just a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols Empire for Russia. That's something Russia hear anymore than they want to hear me smash the Song Dynasty. But it is true that even Yam is the word which is used for this postal system. That's the ministries today. Russia, and many other things are in Russia. Even Malchin is a murder. It's all kinds of positions in Russia that some people want to deny. There's always a great strand of research and scholarship understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them to It's not just Yelp is one of the famous ones, but too romantic with his research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century. They weren't absorbed into China. Right, the Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. It was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging them. And they never did. Throughout the whole of the Ming. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming, took him back to Mongolia, tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor. So the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we could do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So they had two emperors, back. Okay, let them work it out. And the empire just weakened from internal reasons for Mongols, but some external things from nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. Everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath it that's bad. Everything, people could move back, and it could also take the plague out of southern China. Time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned. So they had been there for hundreds of years, and then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. And so many still Mongols. Hundreds of years of exposure cultures, they came back to their tent and squatting around the fire, and
It's so strong that it persists through centuries. turn right back on the horse, riding in the open sea.
Well, it was actually very difficult, but so good when doing the task until it became difficult to support so many people coming home. Locals in China had been used to just eat. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
So just to return to Genghis Khan, we talked about Dan Carlin. Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history. And many other historians agree that before rifles came, it beat every single army, including and the dynamic, the spirit thing, what that would do to Napoleon. So I guess the question is where do you agree with that notion that Genghis?
Absolutely. No other power world has conquered Russia, Persia, and Central Asia, and Turkey. Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever get. Nobody's going to conquer that Russia again. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside and you cut off, and that's how they did it. They would come in, as I say, some days have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses, and you take the towns and then the small cities, and then the last city. Americans, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have the shock and awe, we're going to go Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone world. This is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because that was the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The Mongols were very aware of that and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, what's the city going to do? They're going to surrender. The Americans were something that worked with to conquer Germany. We've been chased out of every country. We've lost it. We dropped bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. absolute sheer insanity, the things that we did. The people in Vietnam and Laos, we killed American soldiers at mine. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, well, that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield, and it doesn't count. Modern warfare is proven. We just paper over it sometimes.
Can you explain Agent Orange?
Designed to kill vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation jungle, and they can stop the supply. Absolutely horrific. So Agent Orange comes in starving, literally, in the case of Cambodia, starving to death. The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. They have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in the trauma, becoming slowly paralyzed, dying. We did that to our own people. So yeah, warfare, I don't think we're any more humane with it any better today than in the past. It's just we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by a Mongol. You're killed by friendly fire in America war.
It seems that what people mean when they say that war is hell, I would say in some deep sense everybody loses no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
Yes. I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations, but the more controlled it is, the better. My effort is not to do away with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan, the brutality and all like that, but it's to measure it against what goes on today, in the world today. And we have different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image, he's a barbarian on horseback, killing people and raping women all the time. The other image is a Mongolian image, and when they finally built an official statue of him in this century for the 800th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia, they had to think about how to present him to the world and to themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great lawgiver of the Mongol nation. And so he's seated there in front of the Mongolian parliament. There's another statue that's better known, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback, but not with a weapon, but he's on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one from the government is Genghis Khan seated. And they issued stamps to show that he is the great happened that were terrible and horrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible. Communism empire in Central Asia. Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, what they call a great celebration that went on for a whole summer just about it. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody, and everybody is being given all kinds of things, for what they have done, including the people who helped save him when he was in the tank and the ox yoke. They were rewarded, but everybody was rewarded. It was a great time. But the first place he had attacked outside was the Tangut nation, and they had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tangut nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and crossing the Gobi, he was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild ass, or I used to say wild horse. horse. It sounds a little better. The Hulan, say Hulan of the Gobi, he was out hunting Hulan. He fell from his horse and he injured his leg very badly. And he seemed to decline from that point. And it took some number of months before August of 1220. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific, but the truth is we don't know exactly which day he died at that time because one of his wives was running the camp and they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. And the Tangut offered all kinds of things for the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his family, no, accept nothing. And then when they surrender, you kill the royal family, kill them all. So that the idea, they were Buddhist people. Idea your own family. But he said, no, you so they can't be reborn. He could nominate somebody. So this is Dutch, the oldest boy who was born while mother was allied with his Anna, and he was named Visitor Dutch. And then the next one was Chagadai, and the next one was Tukade, and the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive. All four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done that way. Until now. So he called first on Zunch. He said, what do you say, Zunch? Genghis Khan favored Zunch. This is the one who was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. You know, the youngest Tulu was too hot-headed. Makunde was a heavy drinker. Chagati was very about the Mongols and all. But he thought he seemed to favor Zunch as a more reasonable, good warrior, but reasonable person. But he called him Zunch by son's Zakane, the second law, supposedly. He jumped. And he said, this is when he produced his father of all kinds. He said, how can you call on this Mongol, this merchant bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire now. You can imagine. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech to his. Now, actually, the way the secret history makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it, because very often the great power doesn't say the words directly. They let somebody else say them for them, have a spokesperson. But anyway, I think it was his words, and I think he said them on that day. That's what I think. On this business of, you do not know, you are not there. You know, the stars were moving in the sky, the head was turning around, the earth was turning over. You do not know who loved who. You do not know who your mother loved. You do not know what if I say he is my son, to say he is not my son.
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really would do that. To have that respect and honor his wife in this way, it's really powerful.
I believe that, I don't know if she was alive or not. We do not have the death recorded. Go to recording death. They usually just say somebody finished their age or they have some euphemism for it. But ancient speech, to submit. And he said, yes, you are our Father, and we accept what you say. But a tear shot with words cannot be loaded. So, here's how I knew. So he said to the boys, I mean, these are middle-aged men, they're not boys, but he said to them, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor Tsakate because of his attitude and the situation. And he actually ended up being drunk and dying early. So, but the other guys, they said, well, a good chose him. The most generous he was for every party, every time. And Khan had set up very powerful women, very like producing me somebody closer by a certain clan or something. But he had a very ruling in his last few years, and then after he died, she ruled an empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire in the world ever ruled by a woman that way. Yes.
And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time, and to have not care about any else making the right decision for like what it will keep the empire together.
Rothschild was actually there was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace time, and the women, like such as Dorothy, into economics and trade, and they had these private corporations called Orthok. She was running her Orthok and everything, so she was more interested in economics and the trade and running the empire. And it was a time of peace, and she recognized that peace was better for trade. So it was a peaceful time. Like all of us, we have weak points and a worthless son to become the successor. The sons actually were great, but good to hit favorite and not her son. And, so a lot of these people and then he was going to march against the Golden Horde. because they were supporting him. So he set off and he died. She had northern China, the Golden Horde had Russia, the two of them.
By Ken probably goes against the initial spirit.
Yes, in the end, he was a father. And he capable, and he had lost a grandson that he loved. But he organized it, though, as what we call. And then they owned, the Russians would own silk factories in China. The Ilkhani would own silk factories in Jeddah, the people in Persia and in Iran. So he organized all these lands to own. That was his job. About articulated in the paper titled The Genetic Legacy of the Mongols. Heard you kind of be a little bit skeptical of this paper, but I actually really like it. Biologist, additional biologist and geneticist, he likes the paper as well. I that it speaks to the thing that maybe the people who think of Genghis Khan as a that the reason is 0.5% of the population is because of some institutionalized mass rape conducted by Genghis Khan. But to me, with rape, it has it makes total sense. In fact, the 0.5%, just so people understand, is just male descendants. The way it works, that means papers at all not direct male. Where did they get the data?
Oh yeah. So one of the criticisms is like, well,
They don't. bunch of people are connected.
Yes, one person.
They've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets us excited and so on. But I just do that Mongol experience. But Genghis recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. We know mostly who they are for many generations. That he did many more. And they caused a lot of problems to the power. So it could be that one of these other people was in charge of Mongolia today. We have nobody who claims descent from Genghis Khan.
Yeah, but
They have no evidence that it's really connected. I wish they could get some proof. I wish it could be true.
yeah.
I just have no idea. Nobody knows he went.
They don't know where he's buried.
Okay, Genghis Khan said, let my body go. Let my nation live. And he chose to be buried in an unborn. Chinese emperors, were buried in very elaborate tombs, but not the Yuan dynasty. No. And so, what did he look like? And I said, well, the portrait was painted 50 years later by somebody. Only the first child you see, that's the face of Genghis Khan. It's his nation. He created that nation. That's his face.
From his time capturing this image, that he really made himself sort of disappear to the left. Does that make you sad?
No, not at all. No, because he's everywhere. When you have went to college, he found so much inspiration that still reading. So many copies gave to the library. For women, we do not have the protections for our noise. The ideas and the rulers do not live as the common people who clothes, sleep in the same, not a bed in his case, but sedation and simple hope. No,
just as the people did. It's mostly not done, but what it is, just infinite religious freedom. So yes,
I think those are his policy ideas. We can still learn from that about protection of diplomats, the women, not kidnapping women. They had religious freedom of individuals. Well, he had interesting things. He had tax-free status for all religions, all physicians, and all education of the people and the spirit of the people. Their spiritual. That's very important. That's a profound approach. Your mistake to yourself. All of us say it's important, but we don't do it for the most part. We don't learn from our failures as much as we think. Not in a simple way of meritocracy that we report. It's a principle that he lived by most of his life, and he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have a higher law of heaven that governs people. Which when they always same alphabet, like Kublai Khan didn't work, or his idea. He tried to impose the use of paper currency, but all this international spirit of their empire. Talk about globalization, we're all credible, and we're more provincial than ever. We are just so provincial, and sometimes we use all this technology to serve our provincialism. And we can't think in global terms. We can't think about the world. It's just amazing to me how narrow-minded we are.
I also saw the Mongol proverb of if you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't be afraid. That you especially celebrate. And there's something to that. There's, in many ways, Genghis Khan is a representation of a person, self-made man, that from nothing will build an entire empire.
And everything the shamans have become too powerful. We're exercising too much power. And
We understated how important critical women are in the story of the Mongol Empire.
sometimes you can say they're not behind, always stand up front. They're always out front. This horrified Muslims. It horrified the Christians in public. They do what would so sometimes it was like that, but other times she's actually the ruler, or the kids Malachi like who ruled over people, and the other daughters who ruled over different. They ruled. He's very. This is something about the secret history that said number or section 215. There's a daughter, so she's probably granddaughter. She lives with his mother and this food because you food everybody. He realizes this is the mother of Genghis Khan, kidnaps him and runs out. And he's holding the child in one hand and he's pulling out a knife with a honey raised out and she grabbed down. They were back behind the gear. To kill him. Now we reward her. 214. It's 250. He says that now let us reward our daughters. It's our out. And I and you have the man that I give to you. But the man is in the right, and she's a supreme judge, and she does not
History as we have gotten access to has been women
places with his mother, and not and all. But I think in that case, because what happened is most of these women, because their husband was gone to war, and Al-Thani, of course, she married several times, sometimes with sons of, and then the areas, all the Turkey areas, one by one, were taken over by, when they died out, the men took it over. And just, I think anytime it threatened the power of a particular man. And there were,
What have you learned about human nature of the past several?
I have a certain amount of individuals and persons. I tend to have a great, and I think that's my own prejudice. And then I find institutions more bringing them to heel within this empire. Other things that I learned in general, not about their history and all, years in a place, that for many people, it's not the most, for many people, it would start appealing. It's just open, there's too much space. They haven't given in to that. They really value their country. They protect their country. Even now, only 1%, they keep it down. And Mongolian records, farm and city count as one category. It's just because it's settled people. It doesn't matter. You settle on a farm, you settle in the city. Settled people, one category. And they lived there in this land that Genghis Khan would return to and love. If he returned to the capital city, he would not know where he was. He would have no idea. And all the people would say, "Oh, we Mongol, huh? Mongol, yeah, I'm Mongol. I have the hat, I have the belt Mongol. I have all the yeah, I'm Mongol. Yeah. 6 where's your horse? Countryside, but when we pray, we're using things, and the other, and you're so wonderful, and I love you. Would you please give me, would you please do this, would you please stop this pain in my knee? Asking for things all over the place. It's not anything. They just honor him. Just praise him and honor him.
What would you recommend? What's the right way?
Let's start there. You come over there. It's a nice valley. I'm in a nice valley there. Przewalski, the white horse, but they call Kentucky. To see the Taki, or they may go up to Hovsgol Lake, a big area where they hunt with eagles. The far west is the mountains are absolutely incredible. Most mountains in Mongolia are gentle, beautiful, but gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic they become. Snow covered. Then if you go to the eastern one, it tends to be very flat. Massive, massive flocks of cranes that come in every year. Millions and millions of cranes. There are also tundra swans that come in, and golden ducks and all kinds of beautiful birds out there. And area because you cannot go to large areas. But you can go, but they don't capitalize. This is the place. No, they go there themselves, or Total Han or whatnot, to support you coming back to his family. Possibly found him with there was just a small stick with a couple of strands. Hemo, your wind horse. Your wind horse that guides opportunities, but it's up to you to ride that wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just. So I think it's that he's on his way back home with Tabaka and the other soldiers to the rescue Bersta. And so symbolically he found there. But I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important. Give some kind of hope. It's just and or they do something nice for pine nuts, or they bring me the milk and forms or yogurt. Oh no, everybody you gotta eat the yogurt. This is from my grandmother, and all the other yogurt in the world is not good. But my grandmother, she
evolving and changing towards better with every generation.
They take such good care of me all the time, and not able to speak, not able to control her movement, nothing. They just do it and they walk away. They have such to dance, horse and fiddle, or in hoot. Be that to warm up the house for her. To see, and if I was feeding my wife, and anybody in the world, no, not the big things and pop culture, and not all the platitudes. It's the family that will fix tea for you at 2 in the morning because there was a flash flood. Some child is going to be there with water and milk. You take care of them. And things like that.
I'm glad you find your way. You mentioned that. What's a favorite memory you have?
A very nice friend. And we're just sitting there watching the sunset over the lake that we've been to many, many times. Distance, that's one of my favorites. But talk about jazz or physics or art. My life is nobody in my family. Growing up with my grandparents was the good side of the college. My father told me to go. He didn't want me to go to the war in Vietnam, so I got to college. Not serious. No, I was trying like hell to pass that course. So it took me a long time to confess this to my wife. She inspired me, but she's a Gobi Desert, and I didn't know what to do, and she said, just driving somewhere, just tell the story to me. And to this day, almost every word I write is always just tell the story to her the way that she would like. I always read the books to her. She my much, but she just loved hearing the book. Because it was mine, and years of her life, I gave up. We went back to our original home in South Carolina. Expect me to die in peace if I know that you should write. Every single day, we sat together by the window. I moved it into the dining room. We sat there. She sat in a wheelchair next to me, and sometimes we would play a little soft music in the background a little bit. And for the most part, she couldn't talk, but she liked to just sit at a wife like that. I don't know.
That's beautiful, Jack.
And I see so many people that get by, and they even like each other, or they're friends or something. But there was one person. I love my children. I still do. I love my grandchildren. I don't understand them. But there's one person in my life, 4 years, and her funeral was on our tree. Just the way life works out. But I was very lucky, very lucky.
If the 2 centuries ago, I might be a street book about it.
I could not ask her you remember that? No, I never would say that. Winter, and the snow was so beautiful at Bolshoi, and she had this elegant. The huge, it's so ironic. It was a wolf, but it's great blue. Like the local heads, great blue. Like a movie star from the 20s or something. And we went to see it was one of the most beautiful nights. Night, I told her that story again. All the details. Like her coat from her grandmother, whom she loved very much, and the snow and all those beautiful things. That was it. She was an inspiration. I have many, many nights or many days not to talk to you.
This was great. Thanks for that. Year history. I was listening to Dan Carlo history titled Human Resources. He covered the topic of slavery, the Atlantic slave trade. For the majority of people to see just where the line between us is after all. Right down discuss the separation of families is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. It all seems deeply that slavery was seen as normal through most of human history. Contradictions. Genghis Khan's ideas about the importance of religious freedom, general ideas of human freedom, complexities, quite cultural hatred. This, I think, is an important lesson to understand. Moral decrepitude of the day. To try to build a foundation of a select about Gaza, Israel, Palestine. I'm not sure I put enough. I think what is happening in Gaza, atrocity, directly responsible for it. For me, as an American, it makes me sick to know that my government is so-called experts that one must understand. And perhaps they are, from the Roman Empire to the Atlantic slave trade. In this, the 21st century, I see things quite simply. It doesn't matter what their skin color is. Each child is a tragedy. Hamas did, of which at least 17,000 children. 17,000. I'm not smart enough to know the path to peace of all the peoples in the region, but I do know that what has been happening in Gaza cannot be the way. Suffering at this kind of scale breeds generational hate, more evil in the world, not less, to more destruction, to more suffering. This has to stop. 2 years ago, I spoke with many Palestinians in West Bank, on camera and off. There's a video of it up if you want to hear their voices for yourself. It was a deeply moving experience for me, and I'm grateful for it. In the future, I hope to find a way to talk to people in Gaza. I still think it's valuable to talk to leaders, historians, soldiers, activists, from all perspectives. But the most powerful and moving conversations for me on mic and off have always been with the everyday people. This always felt like where the truth is, the deeper truth of life, of pain, fear, of hope. And I still have hope. I believe we humans are good at the core, and I know we'll find our way. Thank you for listening. I love you all.
Sorry, I've been waiting for that to be over there. Mom?
The following is a conversation with Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World. And he has written many other books, including Emperor of the Seas, Kublai Khan and the Making of China, Genghis Khan and the Quest of God, Secret History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, and kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. Now, dear friends, here's Jack Weatherford. Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. But before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything. His father his tribe living in poverty. Abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe from a boy. His childhood
before and sometimes only short generations. But the crucial thing is to understand how his parents met and then how he was all household. They had enough cards for men. In fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride. A man named Yasuke. Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke, but history of the Mongols were very clear. And he looked down and he saw her and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers and they came racing down. They came and first the husband of the woman looked around and he decided to flee. pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. And Erlund had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you or they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and her and you remember very dramatic moment. And he wrote back and then it's or the braids were hanging down, were whipping back and divided, obviously, and when they should go or stay. And they came in and they took us over the ridge. Certain parts of the world, you could say it's still a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of. Is one, the child is father of him into the man that he became. And so he was now settled. Had at that time already one son. Later he had another son when Tamuch is born. He was and doing this campaign against the Tatars, Tamuch and Fuge, was a person of iron. That's what it means from the Turkic. So he came back, he had a baby, he decided to name him Tamuch, the person of but just a second form. It was not all fact childhood. It was inauspicious. The father, now here's this young child, we don't know what age, but he was left behind. And as it turned out, some other people, the type and mother, and it's very hard to have any inkling of a relationship much between the father and the son. So his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to live with him before he can marry their daughter. And he's taking him off at age 8. When he didn't take the other side, June and die with the family. And now his father take him to family, but he never made it. Talked with another family, it's like the first family was. And the words of the seer in her eyes was about 9 years old, a little older, according to the story. And so there with that family. On the step everybody knows who he was. But supposedly they poisoned him. He got on his horse, it was angry that we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come. years old. The little boy. Now that family is left there on the children, they're all left there to die on this step. When the winter comes, they will surely all die. He was kidnapped, and we would say
The neck is trapped and the hands are trapped.
I think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands, but we know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he's running around. Foundation is breaking with culture that can
Yes.
the most important thing above all else, because here's his life story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
By his own brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her when her husband died, they did not. They should take care of her and her children. Because her children they count as the sons of the clan. Well, they should train him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that
Isolated family outcast. Later, Genghis Khan will realize once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened in his life.
this being AFAB, can you describe the love this woman and what that was, and what the kidnapping of her meant.
And the girl he had met 8 years old and she was 9. She's now 17. It's like with the dignities of life that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of somebody who loves him. Not just his children, and plus the other wife and her 2 children. Like that you can imagine with the eyes and the excitement. And then, just they called her grandmother Kawakchin. Granny Kawakchin is there. Early in the morning, she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. She puts all of her children on the. She takes the baby girl to Mulin in her. But she won't take. Because she doesn't know who the men are. She has no idea. But they're coming in the dark. They're coming for a woman. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts is a know that they're coming for that. And so she leaves Sochiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Kawakchin, who actually has her own cart first. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only the mountain and to work on how to do it to the mountainside. Away from them. Because the men are so focused on this car there and who they are. Erlu saved her family. What will he do? What can he do it? Another wife? And he just. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying.
Because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He goes to a man who ruled the Karyak people in central Mongolia, and a told river about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because that Manghan is a name on Portal Han. He got a father at one point and his had gone on raids for him. So he went there. And actually he took a gift. That's because the first disabled coat is a gift for Mother Erlu at that time of the marriage. So he took the coat and he took it and he gave it as a gift to Manghan and asked for his help. And Manghan said yes. And he said, well, we need more. You need to ask Jamukha. You need to ask him to come to get troops. You have it. And actually, Tabaka was the descendant of through the new kidnapper Rothschild. So they're both the same story. However, he grew up with his grandfather and his grandfather. So he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he was an influence on his life. And there are several different of friendship, but Anna is a friendship that's beyond a friendship life. And they swore that they would be there forever. You slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely, and they have bows and arrows. Direction, you send a whistling arrow, they set out. So some men are out hunting. So she and the grandmother come on shit again, and so they're loaded into a cart to go away. So Temujin, and she hears his voice. aside from the things, yes, this part full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all the
Too was deeply formative. What was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother and the power struggle there, and the ethical foundation behind the murder?
it's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. Chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history. But Victor was an older child of Sochiko, and as such, the older brother has complete authority. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, and he refers to them as Chi, and his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. Quite common that if a man dies and is become his wife, so it would have been common within perhaps marry or that happened, but it did, or Temujin was trying to add the stepfather. Temujin just couldn't have that Temujin and Connor. That's perfectly acceptable. He can do anything he wants just about with his young. That's went to that point. So in the record, they come, which I'm not sure that's really Hussar decided to, and they did. Kill him.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me he's being abused over and over and over.
Family, because shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happened afterwards is also interesting from the dynamics of, because we hear nothing from Sochiko. He and her younger son, Melgatai, they stay with the family. Longest kind of pirate. Outrage went on and on and on about. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Where Sochiko, the mother of the boy, nothing is killed off his brother. But I don't think it was I don't think it was emotionally deeply meaningful for Temujin. The brother was gone. The problem was solved. Mother is extreme.
Not a big deal for him. It does show if it's not he's willing to care of a
Yes. He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done. To resolve what he sees as a problem. Victor was a So he had that experience. He has both, and Megatai stays loyal to him his entire life. His entire life. It's very interesting.
So, if we return to Bershka, normal to have such love story across many years. When you're separated, sort of having that kind of loyalty, because it was two-way loyalty from Bersha to Temujin, and Temujin, and this is like before he would.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying up.
To get her back.
He did everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to get her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jammu Khan. They all go to the Horan Valley. Huge issue forever. It's one of those things that to this day, he defends his wife. His own son. You were not there. You do not know who loved who did not. You the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turning over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are stone? So he defended her forever, but he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. Got a gold belt. I don't know. A mayor who had never. It has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. You know, it's sort of odd often. Then and even now called person without a celebrated. And then the word sort of secret history, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tuch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really in a who had been born the kidnapped. name that so they get that.
That the child is likely not his. And
Too much. I think the relationship, which
here's the
two of them that to him, but at first, so for a while, Jin was making all of this Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. We would not count more of you, but it's going to floor. But now their forces are fighting each other.
and they didn't.
They claim that neither one of them are true. Title. That's not a title that anyone had ever hung his on. It was a new title that he just he thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. Could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, you might say, puns, or they like words with multiple meanings, and it's very important to them. The more it has, the more power. So there's different meaning in different languages. So in the Mongolian, it's the most interpreted people. The thing is.
So it's exciting to them when there's this.
Well, about 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle, girls, because an American name, and it means smile in Mongolian. So many names are like that. And so I think Chinggis, it doesn't, I think it means powerful, it means the sea. So Jamaka now switched loyalties to the next come over called the Naiman people, who are farther west. The protege, you say, of the Naiman. Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman. Jamaka does the Naiman. He tells them these people snouts of steel and they eat humans alive. And he was telling them all these horrible things about the Mongols, you know. And Taiyang Han, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared of not there. And he, in fact, was very quick. Jamaka has not. To become the great Khan of the steppe. If you follow very old Mon Han is gone, Torgal Han gone, that he could take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe, you know. But and they capture him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him and they'll be rewarded perhaps. And Genghis Khan does reward them immediately. He kills them all. So supposedly, Genghis Khan says, "Be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my." But I did betray you when people fought against of your Dell. He said, "Kill me. You will be the guard. I will be the protector for you and your people forever." So they obviously Temujin did not participate in the killing when he ordered the killing, and he was either. It's not specified how he was killed without shedding blood. But it's because it's the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. The blood contains more of the soul. If you lose it, you're losing your soul or your body. So they usually wrap them up in felt carpets and then beat them to death or trample them to death, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the kill. And then Temujin had it, or Genghis Khan. This is over near Tuva, but until the 20th century it was a part of
Under relationship after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamaka.
get trout. And I think for this reason, you had Jamaka's that was just a that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamaica offered to kill without shedding blood, that was a formality, would not be following through.
Nevertheless, your work and understanding this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of oil for Genghis.
I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from birth. But that relationship really did not seem to have many links. They sometimes disagreed on things, but small things. So she was, so far as we know, forever, although she was not submissive. And Jamaica, just a little too They certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers.
For the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. He was always very
Well, it's here for the story. The goal as Genghis Khan is the ruler. In some ways, you could say, became dressed the way my soldiers dressed. I lived the way my soldiers lived. We were decided before with Khan, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods.
From what I see and understand, becomes sort of corrupted by
Mauritius in any way. He was never greedy. He was never acquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life
would have the intelligence to understand how don't worship.
Here's Tim, his guard mostly, or his private part of the army, when you have the central part of the army, and for the Mongol people, and it was adapted, most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one in Asia, in his household, his mother Erlu raised the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes, but they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was the Tatar boy, who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written in blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. But Shigehutuk was his name. Shigehutuk realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know, other people contributed, helped him, but it's a little bit unclear. The Mongols, they don't specify that. They always know exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened. You can still go to that road. That's very important.